There we go. Good morning, Yalk. Oh no, why Angie? Oh, it helps if I put my camera where my camera needs to be. Hi, Angie. But also, good morning. Hey, Yalk. Good tea. Still haven't reset that clock. Whoops. Maybe I'll remember to do that today. Good morning, Kate. I do not have a brain right now, so we're just gonna yarn instead of trying to work on patchwork. Might switch to patchwork later, but at the moment, there is no brain. Yeah, no brain. I mean, it's the day after bus, that's sort of expected. Kara had to go to work today. Also, I'm still fiddling with this new camera, so if like the brightness is too high or the color looks off, please shout at me and I can fiddle with the settings. I'm still kind of getting them dialed in. No brain, only scritches for Miller. But I'm almost done with this stripe, this section. I'm actually pretty pleased with myself. So this entire bit I did during Desert Bus. I had just started it when Bus started, and so all week while I was watching Bus, I was also crocheting, and I actually finished the entire stripe. So I am well and truly pleased with myself. And I think I've got the trick of Mosiac crochet down now. So I am quite pleased and eager to try another pattern once I finish up with this blanket. So I think once I finish this row, yeah, because yellow was my border row at the bottom, I will be cutting these threads and moving on to the next, what would you call them? Buffer rows? Border rows? Yeah, probably buffer rows. I'm probably going to have to get more yarn at some point. I'm not close to running out of any of them yet, but we'll probably get there. Yeah, no brain, only Pokemon and sleep. How far, what are you up to, Kate, in Bus? I was watching most of, well, I was watching like the last third and the last third of Alpha Flight and the beginning third of Night Watch was about all I could watch live. So I would be watching up until I had to go to bed. And then the next day during work, I would catch up on the rest of Night Watch. So I've seen all of Night Watch. And like bits and pieces of other shifts as I saw videos that looked interesting. But now I'll have to actually go back and like fill in the rest. Okay, so now I am switching to dark purple for the next in-between bit. Hours 100 plus 164 to catch up on? Nice. I mean, 100 is still further than I would have expected you to get. Some long form segments. Yeah, I haven't watched any of the D&D yet either. I was off work and getting home like right in the middle of D&D, so I intentionally left the TV off and didn't watch any of it because I'll find time and I'll go through and watch all of it at once. Okay, so now I can snip yellow, and I can snip. I should have snipped the blue 2 rows ago, because then I could have woven it in. But I was not that on the ball. Hey Dobby, good morning. Normally manage to actually keep up. You were out last Sunday and work was busy, so you just kind of fell behind. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I need one chain stitch, flip, and then gotta remember how to do my border rows. I think it's double crochet and then singles. So I actually need 2 chain stitches. Don't mind me using y'all as rubber ducks. It's fine. There we go. Morning, Merlin. Yeah. Curling up under a blanket sounds nice. It snowed here. Well, so it snowed a lot on Tuesday. And then well, not a lot, but a lot for November. And then it decided to snow more yesterday. So that's sort of the other reason I don't have a brain. I've got a little bit of a headache, and I suspect it's from the weather. Where'd that blue tail go? Okay, there it is. This is what I mean, Yelk, about weaving my tails in as I go. I just kind of hold them against the bit that I'm doing and encase them inside the crochet. I find it a lot less tedious than going back and weaving in 10,000 tails afterwards, because I hate weaving in tails. Quacks? Well, you must be related to Sasha. She's also a kite that quacks. She's very good at it. Overlay seems to be working. Looks good to me. And I think it's also the correct aspect ratio that when I'm playing Game Boy and, well, Game Boy Advance and DS games, it'll be the right aspect ratio, which is nice. Okay. I'm actually going to go ahead and weave this tail in so I don't forget later. What's the easiest way to do this? So I'm just using my crochet hook to pull this tail back and forth so that it kind of ends up embedded in the crochet. It may come unraveled over time as the blanket gets washed, but that's okay. That's just kind of the nature of crochet. I'd like to be able to like secure it even more, but these are all single crochet. Like the stitching's really tight, so it's hard to like, because normally I'd weave it like into the stitches themselves, and that's kind of hard to do with single crochets. Aw, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Yelk. I also hope that SJ Stream will make it better. Nope, wrong side. I'm just gonna tuck this in. Again, these single crochet are so tight, it's kind of hard to... Just do it here. There we go. Not as tucked in as I usually like it, but close enough for government work. There we go. And this is not a blanket for anyone. I think I've mentioned this is one I'm keeping for myself, probably, because I'm using it to teach myself. So if the tails start coming unraveled in the future, I can just tuck them back in again. And it's like, right now it's at the perfect temperature where it like makes your mouth kind of tingle from the warmth, but it's not hot enough to actually burn you, and it just feels real nice on a winter day. I should actually drink more before it cools much more. Good tea. I guess it doesn't really rotate that way. I was just kind of curious if I could move my camera to have it as more of like an angled view instead of the straight top down. But unfortunately not with the arm I've got it mounted on. It doesn't really bend in that direction. Or it doesn't really pivot in that direction, I should say. A small runt. Has spawned. Gathering money too slowly? Boo. You should be getting money just from sort of being active in a chat that has PCG enabled. But yeah, it can be a little bit tedious sometimes. Merlin has caught the snow run. Excellent, congrats. Seems to be slower than a Pokeball every 15 minutes. Yeah, possibly. I think it's because they expect you to be either selling off Pokemon you don't want, or there's a mechanic. If you're in the Discord, you can get like a daily free reward that can have money or extra Pokeballs in it, which still isn't that much though, because that's only once per day. Yeah, it definitely seems like their monetary balance is a little bit off, but who am I to say? Oh, you also get money from battling? Interesting. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I still haven't poked the battling system at all. Excuse me. And it is still, like, the devs are very open about, yeah, this game is still in development, we're still tweaking things, so they'll adjust things going forward, I'm sure. Make coffee and work on that comic? Ooh, yes. Drink more tea. Oh, an apple for Kirby. Excellent. You need a good healthy breakfast as well. Thank you, Merlin. You won't be eating anything for a bit? Oh no. Not feeling well? Or is this like a medication thing? Either way, boo. I mean, yeah, no, I don't think it would rotate in that direction. Sorry, I'm still just seeing if I can adjust my camera angle, but I don't think it would rotate quite in that direction. I mean, I can try. Hang on. Let me just switch screens so that you're not watching the camera swing around wildly. Whoop. Interesting. Very interesting. So if I turn that, wrong direction. Loosen that. Pivot it up a little bit. Tighten it. Doesn't really pivot in the right direction, unfortunately. I would have to adjust where I've got it anchored. Does that bit swing freely when it's not supposed to? I mean, granted, this is a fairly cheap rig. I'll have to see about getting a slightly more expensive camera arm. Down, probably. Okay, I think that's about where it was. Decided to un-autofocus. 1 second. Oh my god. That, yeah, that's rough, Yalk. I'm so sorry. Jesus. Configure video. Camera control. You're supposed to autofocus. There we go. That's better. What the actual F? Yeah, that freaking sucks, Yauk. I'm so sorry. Neighbors are the worst sometimes. Like, what gives you any freaking right? Good morning, Kitsune. Yeah, that's rough, Yauk. I'm so sorry. Could do what I do and go take like a really hot shower or a bath. That usually kind of helps recenter me when I'm feeling like various types of gunk, either mentally or physically. A hot shower usually seems to help. Yes, good cup of tea is also beneficial. Oh, we have an Emolga that spawned. Shower and some tea. Yeah, that tends to help recenter when I'm feeling off. Nope, that's the wrong counter. That's the wrong command. It's fine. I just will try to remember not to increment it at 11. But also, oh no, we're off by a burb. Whoops. This is what I mean about not having a brain today. No brain, only yarn. It's the bus hangover. Off by burb, exactly. It's the bus hangover. Good luck, Yauk. We'll keep Miller company. Emolga escaped. Nobody caught it. Boo. Oh well. I accidentally threw the Pokeball at a burb instead, is probably what happened there. Nope, that's not even a Sasha hair. That's just straight up one of my hairs. Whoops. I drank enough fluids yesterday. I will have to try to rectify that today. Man, Kitsune, the post-bus hangover is real. That's why I'm doing crochet and not patchwork today. I just don't have a brain. So at least with crochet, my hands can just kind of go brrr on their own, and I don't have to think about it much. Not in quite the same way I do when I'm doing patchwork anyway. But yeah, no, the post-bus hangover is real. After Bus Town yesterday, Kara and I just watched more Bus for a while, because she had missed the entire Target Kids bit. So we watched the Target Kids video, and then we watched the Riverdale recap video, because she missed that too. That was fantastic. Nope, that should be a double crochet. But yeah, otherwise I'm doing good. It's just kind of like, it's the usual, like, okay, well, what now? Yeah, I need to go through and I haven't, like I was saying, I haven't watched any of the D&D yet either. Because I was coming home right in the middle of them, so I deliberately did not watch them so that I could marathon them. So I need to go through and watch those. I was thinking earlier today, I'm like, oh man, obviously Julie's not going to be streaming today. So, like, who am I even going to raid? And usually if Julie's not running, I'll raid Surge. And I'm like, if Surge is streaming today, he better not be, because that would be insanity. Yeah, exactly. If Serge is streaming today, we will absolutely be rating him so that we can yell at him to go to bed. But yeah, I doubt it, because I think he normally would have started by now, eh? Or does he start? No, it's still really early out there. I don't remember what time he usually starts on Sundays. Hello, welcome! I am just kind of chilling with Crochet this morning. He starts at 9 a.m. Okay, cool. I thought that might be the case. Either way, he better not be streaming today. Okay, I have a weird question. Because I'm only, like, very loosely... Like, I'm not in the Brew Crew, and, like, I only catch his streams every now and then. I'm only, like, very tangentially related. His partner Joe is not Joe Trollo, right? It's a different Joe. Because for the longest time, I don't know how I got it in my head that for some reason he and Joe Trollo were roommates. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. There's Joe and Joe. Okay, that's what I thought. Because, like, for the longest time, I don't know how, I think it was something that they said in, like, last DB. Because they're friends. So I was like, oh, they're roommates. That's really cool. And then Serge mentioned something about his partner, Joe. And I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. And then I was watching a Serge stream and he referred to Joe as she. And I'm like, wait, what? So then I just got really, really confused. I had kind of worked my way around to the assumption that there were two different Joes. I just wanted to make sure. I was very confused for a little while. So thank you for the clarification. And it's one of those things where it was like, I felt kind of stupid for asking, because I'm like, I should have figured this out by now. But yeah, I got very confused. Thank you for the clarifications. I much appreciate it. Searches Joe very, very rarely. I mean, that's fair. That is totally fair. Not everyone can get on-camera Kupo deliveries from their partner like I do. I'm just special. Although not today, because she's at work. Video game? Of course I do. Kirby is excellent. So I'm not very good at platformers myself. So I don't usually play the Kirby games myself. But my wife loves them. And I like watching her play them. Like, we just finished up Kirby and the Forgotten Lands not too long ago. She loves Kirby games. Kirby is excellent. Kirby is friend-shaped. I like Kirby quite a lot. I just have trouble. I don't have very good reaction time. So I tend to find platformers to be more frustrating than fun. Crocheting a Kirby? That's excellent. Amigurumi is fun. Is there anything round and pink that my wife doesn't like? Probably not, no. She's always loved Kirby, and Jigglypuff is her favorite Pokemon. I don't know, is there anything else round and pink that we can think of right off? Trying to think of anything else. But yes, Crochet Kirby is excellent. Oh my gosh, I should make her a Crochet Kirby. She would probably die. I wonder if I can do that in secret. Oh. A picture? Oh no, I clicked a thing. Computer is angry. Okay, there we go. That is indeed not Joe Trollo. Excellent. Hard to crochet square shapes, but round you find super easy. Oh, that's interesting. Because I'm the exact opposite. Welcome. You are not our only UK friend. I am located across the pond in Canada myself. Yeah, I find it the exact opposite. So going back and forth like in rows like this is super easy for me. But the few times I've done amigurumi in the past, like I actually still have this one sitting here. Oops, sorry. So like this is one that I made. It's a little Jigglypuff I made for my wife. But the round bits I found hurt my hands a lot. Like just possibly because it was so small, but like trying to manipulate the hook around in the circle made my hands hurt quite a bit, so I don't do it very often. I could probably use a chunkier yarn and like do bigger stitches, and that might help. I've just never gotten around to it. I usually do like squares, either square granny squares or back and forth like what this is. Your straight lines end up not straight. Yeah, that happens. It could possibly be, I've always heard that if you're ending up with like spirals, then your tension is off, and you should try using either a larger or a smaller hook and seeing if that helps. Usually a larger hook, I think. But I always find that, like, even mine, my first couple rows tend to be kind of wavy and curly, but then the more that you do of them, it kind of, like, works itself out. But man, if you enjoy doing the beanies and the plush toys, go for it. No one says you have to do all the crochet. As far as knitting, I have tried to learn to knit, and I'm not good at it. I think, because I've crocheted for years and years and years. I've crocheted since I was a kid. And I think I've just gotten so used to the way that crochet works that suddenly trying to work with, like, 2 needles, just messes me up somehow. The first step of the Realm Reborn summoning relic has a reading light. Oh no, that's cute. I had no idea, but that sounds precious. I wonder if the Scholar one does too. Okay, I Gotta remember, I am not incrementing the burb counter at 11 because I've already done that. Maybe today after stream I'll remember that I need to change the time on that clock. Probably not, but you never know. Oh, the Scholar one does not, but it does have a glow. Aww. But her reading light sounds so cute. Also gotta try to remember to flip my laundry when I take my usual break at noon. It kind of piled up this week. Glow was from getting it to the second step, and now Summoner also has a glow. Oh, neat! Easiest relic step in the game? Oh, really? I was under the impression that all of the relic steps were terrible. I still don't know whether to be proud or ashamed that the only relic I've ever done to completion is the fishing rod. I'm working on a couple of the Eureka ones. I just haven't made progress in a while. Oh, dang, that is easy. Knitting, you made and finished a queue? Oh! Oh, wow, cool. That sounds intense. Like with the, did you do like clothes and everything for it too? That sounds so cool. Oh, getting all the ARR relics to the next step so that you can get the stuff out of your inventory. Yeah, that's fair, Dobby. Hat and clothes in purple. Oh, that sounds so cute. Aw. That sounds lovely. I mean, like, a lovely tribute. Sits on your PC desk shelf. Aww. My grandmother sewed and made doll clothes and stuff. And I think I seem to remember when I was really young, she took like a doll making class, but it was like porcelain dolls, where you would like, you know, take the porcelain heads and paint them and apply the wigs and stuff the bodies and then make the clothes for them and stuff. None of my grandparents ever did yarn craft oddly enough. I learned from my best friend's grandmother instead. Crochet and knitted pumpkins. Oh, that sounds so cute. My desk at work, I don't have anything on it that I've crocheted. But I do have a cross-stitch lion that my wife made for me that sits on my desk. And then I have a little stuffed black cat, again, that my wife found for me. And then I have a little stuffed Rowlet, which is a Pokemon. And he's one of my favorite Pokemon. So he's the perfect size where he just sits tucked underneath my monitor. He offers me encouragement throughout my day. Okay, so I'm changing colors here. What color am I changing to? A very good question. I want to say it's either green or tan. Round bird friend, exactly. Okay, so yarn B, and I have yarn B listed as green. Okay. Alright, where's green? Come here. Come here, yarn. Two can go back into the box. I'm definitely gonna have to get some more yarn at some point. Where's my end? There it is. And this stripe will be same thing, double crochet and then single crochet. So I can cut the purple. I'll need it again, but not for a couple rows. Double crochet is chain 2. Flip this about. Start getting my tails tucked in. There we go, tails tucked in. This blanket is definitely getting to the point where it's getting awkward to have it all bunched on my lap. I mean, it's only gonna get worse. I should probably start flipping it out this way. Oh my gosh, I did see Emily's sweater. It looked amazing. I definitely put in a couple entries for it. Soon I'll be able to use it as a blanket while I crochet. I already kind of can. It's pretty warm, but that's good. I love that. Okay, so for context, so this past week has been Desert Bus for Hope, which is like a charity telethon online, essentially, that benefits Child's Play charity. And one of the participants, or one of the volunteers, knits. And so she, over the course of the run, a week, mind you, a week, knit an entire sweater. And then at the very end of the run, yesterday, they auctioned it off. Well, not auctioned. So one of the things they do is a giveaway. So if you donate in multiples of, like, you know, whatever number they choose, like if you donate in multiples of $7.02 or whatever, it'll enter you in a drawing for whatever prize they're giving away. So they did a giveaway drawing for the sweater that Emily had knit, which was a Desert Bus themed ugly Christmas sweater. It was beautiful. And so they ran the donation drive for, like, what, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, something like that. And then at the end, they pulled the winner. Unfortunately, I did not win it. And then they announced that the total amount of money that giveaway had raised, because, like, they can tick a box. It's like, okay, all of the donations for $7.02 from this time to this time, add them all up. And the sweater by itself raised over $30,000. And Emily was there, like, on camera, and you could see the moment that her brain just kind of shut down and stopped working. Because that is a huge amount of money for one of these giveaways to draw in. Yeah, it was fantastic to watch. Unfortunately, I heard this is going to be, like, her last live knit along. I'm assuming probably because her kids are getting older and it's tougher for her to be there for most of the run, but oh man, I'm gonna miss having her around and having her yarn inspiration. Cause not gonna lie, having Emily there and knitting was part of what inspired me to work so much on this. Yeah, I kind of figured it, because she's got... Okay, yep, no burb. Thank you, Kitsune. No burb because I already incremented it. Yeah, because her older kid is, like, what, 3? And then she's got a younger one, too, that she's had since then. Oh yeah, I'm sure she'll still be around. But yeah, it's totally understandable that she doesn't have the time to sit down and knit an entire sweater within a week. Because holy hells, that's a whole amount of work. I cannot even imagine. I do wonder if she might rescind a little bit and go back to doing, because, like, her first couple, she just did, like, scarves. And that's a lot faster to do. So I'm wondering if she might rescind a little bit and go back to doing just, like, a scarf or something. But yeah, it's, totally understandable that she won't have the time or energy to do anything more. Because soon she'll have 2 toddlers running around. But yeah, man, watching that entire sweater grow over the course of the week was insane. Do more live knitting, as in she's sitting there knitting while there. Yeah, totally. That makes sense. But without the pressure to, like, have it done and ready to be auctioned off at the end. Yeah, that makes total sense. Because, like, I don't remember who I was telling it to, but I was mentioning that, like, yeah, unable to not knit. Exactly. Like, if I was there, I would be doing the same thing. I would absolutely have crochet with me during the run, just because it's a way to keep my hands busy and it's a way to keep my mind focused. I couldn't just sit there and not do anything. I have to have my hands busy. That reminds me, I should also update my Nightbot bus message so that I can continue to use it throughout the year, but modify it so that it does not say that the bus is now live, because the bus is no longer live, unfortunately. Security cameras to cover your butt going forward. I mean, yeah. Sucks that it's hit that point, but not a bad idea. Man, I really am parched this morning. Goodness. Ooh, pardon me. You've lost your tablet pen? Oh no. Oh no. Did Theo bat it off your desk? Or, like, is he prone to, like, picking it up and carrying it away somewhere? Oh no, it's in the folds of the blanket somewhere. Makes sense. Cares nothing for pens? Well, that's good at least. One of my friends growing up, her cat had a thing for socks. and you couldn't take your socks off at her house and just leave them sitting anywhere because the cat would steal them and carry them away. She had like an entire stash of stolen socks back in my friend's closet. So if you forgot and discovered your socks were gone, you would have to go retrieve them from the cat. I don't know, I guess that cat just liked stinky feet or something. Retrieve them from the cat with payment? No! She stole them! No rewarding thievery. I love that emote. But yeah, theoretically this week we're back to regular streaming schedule. Tuesday night, I'll do something. Kara might do something. She's still got those little figurines that she needs to paint. And then Wednesday we'll be back to Pokemon. Not Scarlet and Violet, just our usual Soul Silver attempted Shining run. Oh yeah, the upskirt sometimes is real interesting. Because how do you model fabric draping? I mean, and I totally get why they wouldn't bother, because that's a lot of work and a lot of gear for just a couple mounts. But yeah, the clipping and the stuff can be disconcerting sometimes. Would love it if hair didn't clip through collars. Yeah. But again, that's a lot of gear and a lot of hairstyles on a lot of races. Like, I would definitely rather, if it's spend resources so that hair doesn't clip, or spend resources actually developing more game, I would much prefer they put their energy into other places. I can handle a little bit of clipping. That's just kind of the nature of having so much gear, because their other option is severely limiting the amount or types of gear that we get, because they have to put all the extra work in to making sure that it doesn't clip, right? There's always trades off. Trades off? Trade-offs. Trade-offs. Just have the model have some shorts so you're not looking right at the base small clothes. Yeah, that would be nice. Especially if it was something you would like toggle on and off. Or even just have the small clothes be shorts. That would be nice, yes. Although, I'm not gonna lie, being able to get upskirt shots of Urianger is hilarious. I'm always a fan of that. When did Carby turn blue? Last Sunday, I think. I mean, they're still pink. There's still the pink markings. But yeah, we have achieved not entirely pink somehow. I really like this face though, it's cute. A wild clink has appeared. Come get your gears. Took how many months? I know. I don't know. Carby just sensed the pink energy, I suppose. Won't want to breed it anymore before we lose the pink completely. I mean, I can also lock the colors. I could lock the color of the pink markings so that they're always pink. But I like the randomness of it. If it is no longer pink, so be it. I'm not Kara. We'll cycle back around to pink eventually. There's only so many colors. I just mostly thought it was funny that it stayed pink so long. Not that it needed to. Hey, congrats on your gears, Merlin. Oh, I definitely forgot to plug in the Ethernet cable, didn't I? Oh well, I'm sure it's fine. If I need to, I can plug it in at the break. Flip it like this. Oh, okay. Merlin has redeemed a stretch and a hydrate on us. As she should. Everybody else also stretch, hydrate, Grab a drink of something if you don't have one to hand. Tea is good. Water is good. Juice is good. Coffee is acceptable. Do my hand stretches here. As usual, doing them off camera because I am double jointed and it can be disconcerting. I understand that, but I am doing stretches, I promise. Okay, and for my hydration, I have tea. Delicious genmaicha, my favorite tea. Found the tablet pen? Yay! Was it in the folds of the blanket like you thought? Or was it somewhere silly? No, it was hidden on your desk. I mean, that's a logical place for a tablet pen to be. It was flurrying snow earlier, but it looks like the sun is out again. That's nice. Ooh, cake out of oven? Ooh. And kitsune noms into oven is also good. What sort of cake and what sort of noms? Man, maybe I should bake something next weekend. Oh, Tattoo Flute, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Cake is also noms, that's true. Cake probably needs to be cooled and frosted though? Question mark? Citrus orangey cake from a cake mix, because you wanted to bake a cake without all the... That's fair. Oh, domed is good. That means it's nice and fluffy, probably. I should make muffins or something this week. Or next weekend. I've been craving baked goods. Kitsune noms are beef brisket. Ooh. Salad stuff is expired, so you don't know what you're having with it. Potato. Fry some onions and mushrooms. That also sounds good. Potato is like my default. Because I tend to like potato anything. Fry them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Appreciate the versatility of patat, but don't like cooking patat. That's fair. They can take a lot of work sometimes. Especially if you're going from raw, unpeeled patat to something... Yeah, it can require some effort. That is true. Don't appreciate patat peel or peeling? Yep, exactly. I find it depends on the kind of potato. Like there's a couple, like we get like Yukon Gold or like the little baby red potatoes. The peel on those is so thin, I don't mind just leaving the peel on. But yeah, there's some other kinds of potatoes where it's definitely like, bleh. Eating the peel is like eating dirt. Way out of effort, that's fair. Poaching an egg sounds good. That sounds like a lot of effort to me though, but that's only because I don't often poach eggs. Slowly making all your meals uniform. I mean, food is food. Mushrooms and eggs are yummy. Therefore, how do you go about poaching an egg anyway? Don't you have to like crack it into plastic wrap and like seal it up and then drop the plastic wrap into boiling water? Yeah, uniform food is better than no food. Absolutely. Oh, I know what sounds good. I think I'll make oatmeal after stream. I think we still have some of the cinnamon dinosaur oatmeal. If not, I will be sad. Boil water, spin the boil water, crack the... Oh! Fancy! Right, because the spinning motion kind of, the centrifugal force keeps the egg together. Interesting. Right. Again, I don't often poach eggs. A baby! A wild Pachirisu! A baby! I'm gonna use the right command this time. Do I have any fancier balls? No. Can I spell this correctly? Yes. Baby. Bonus points. Crack the egg into a ramekin first, and that makes it easy to dump it into the water. Yeah, and also keeps you from inadvertently, if you accidentally crack any shell into it, you can fish it out that way before pouring it into the water. Whereas if you crack it directly into the water and there's some shell in there, then you're kind of boned. Yeah, that makes sense. As soon as it hits the boiling water, it sort of forms a cooked skin, which is enough to hold it while it continues cooking. That makes sense. Yay! Baby! Pachirisu is one of my favorites. I love them. Favorite way to have an egg. So for the 3 minutes, does that have it cooked all the way through? Or does that leave it somewhat runny in the middle? Because I do like me a slightly runny egg. This looks really pretty. Thank you so much. It's a technique called Mosiac crochet. I'm just now, like, this is the first piece I've ever done with it. I'm just learning how to do it. But yeah, it's really cool. I'm having a lot of fun with it. You can actually find the pattern is available for free, and she gives really, really good step-by-step instructions on how to do it. If it's something you're interested in trying for yourself, it's pretty cool. It takes a little bit of like figuring out what you're doing, because like I said, I've never done anything like this before, but I think I've got the idea of it now. Like, this second stripe was a lot easier to do than the first stripe. 3 minutes basically makes it nice and runny. Ooh, I might have to try poaching an egg. I could impress Kara when she gets home. I don't usually do cooking. I also don't think Kara likes runny eggs very well, but that's fine. I can make them for me. Yep, that's not even a cat hair, that's just a me hair. Okay, so I'm going to be changing colors again to tan. Okay, get it to there. Fish out the next bundle of yarn. Come here. Eh. Alright, where's the end? There it is. And so it's the spike stitch and then the single crochet, so I don't even need to cut the green. because I'll be going back to green next. Suggestion to add vinegar to the water? I wonder what that would do. Would that just make this, would it flavor the egg? Or would it somehow help in the cooking process of the egg? I wonder. Okay, how often do I do these spike stitches? Every third. Okay. So that's one. Now to start thinking about food yourself, that is good. Good plan. That. Sorry, blanket falling off my lap. And then, okay, gotta remember which way I do this. So it spikes down there. Okay, yes, that's how that works. Yeah, because then that covers that, and then my next stitch is there. Thank you for the self-care, Kitsune. Everyone should eat and drink and take meds if you need it, and take naps if you need it. I may or may not nap after stream, we'll see. Nope. That is the one slight downside of muscle memory, is occasionally the muscle memory misfires and starts doing a stitch that is not the stitch I need to do. Should finish drinking my tea so I can make myself a new cup. Ooh, we have a request for a bread machine recommendation. Are there different types? Or is it just like a matter of which brand? I know very little about bread machines. Oh, Panasonic makes bread machines? Today I learned. Interesting. Panasonic always makes me think of like VCRs. It's really funny to me to think that they also make a bread maker. But I mean, I guess after the death of VCRs, they had to do something. And I guess electronics is electronics, but yeah. I guess you don't think of a bread maker being in the same category as like a television or a VCR. Japanese corporations love to go wide. Yeah, that's true. And a dugong has appeared for anyone inclined to catch it or attempt to catch it. Hitachi making everything electronic from microwaves to massagers, and Asahi making every type of beverage possible. That's true. That is true. I guess we tend to associate corporations with, like, their flagship product. But then, yeah, there's a whole ton of other things that aren't necessarily as famous. That's true. Dugong has been caught by Dobby. Excellent, congrats. My mom has resubscribed for the second month. Thank you. Hi, Mom. Welcome to Mitsubishi. We make planes, ovens, and your television. Yeah, that's true. And cars. Wait, yeah, I didn't know Mitsubishi made planes. That's excellent. Desert Bus was great. I think we capped the run at like 1,115,000 and change. And that's before they tally up the complete amount of like merchandise sales and stuff that also goes in. Yeah, it sure was a week. But yeah, man, it was a good week. And now we all get to rest and recover and then start prepping for next year. $1,134,375.73 is the current tally on the website. Thank you, Dobby. And that number usually kind of ticks up for a week or so afterwards as the various merchandise producers tally up their numbers and then chip in the amounts. And so the charms that I made ended up being a silent auction and went for $2,122, I think. And then Yalk's blanket was also a silent auction and went for $4,500, which does not surprise me at all because that was a freaking amazing looking blanket. Hey Kuma, good afternoon. Well, good morning. For another 10 minutes for me. It will continue to be morning. It will continue to be morning for you for a while, I believe. But yes, hello. That's true, the blanket went to Carib. Now we all just need to drop in on Carib for no particular reason so we can snuggle with the blanket. Yeah, no, it was fantastic. I'm already kind of planning what I want to do for next year's set of charms. I've got a couple ideas. I'll just have to figure out which one I want to do. Flip. One of my favorite bits was, so one of those guy one of the guys that was an entertainer on Desert Bus has recently gotten a new puppy, a new golden retriever puppy named Maple. And so they set it up so that if you donated $6.30, it would show a picture of Maple on the overlay, like on the front screen. But only when Matt was not on shift, which was hilarious and great, and we all loved looking at pictures of Maple. And then at the end, they tallied up the $6.30 donations, and Maple herself raised like $14,000 just for people donating to see pictures of Maple. It was fantastic. Hey Kifa, good morning. Yeah, the Desert Bus hangover is real. Poof. But we're getting there. Oh yeah, Merlin for sure. Applications generally open in like May, so yeah, I'll try to remember too. What are words? Like I was saying, the Desert Bus hangover is real. My tongue and my fingers are clumsy this morning, which is why I'm crocheting instead of doing hexagons. Because I'm not feeling that dexterous today. The overlay goofs were really good this year. I can't believe Fuji actually got it to play Bad Apple on the check marks. And they were saying that as soon as he implemented the Bad Apple animation, the GPU immediately jumped up by like 20%, which absolutely tracks. But oh man, it was funny. So you can shop tomorrow and just order in food now. Gosh, I don't know what kind of food would be common for you. I mean, pasta's always good. I've been having a big craving for pasta lately. Or like noodles. Noodles. I mean, yeah, Chinese takeout works. You could get noodles in that. Shanghai noodles are delicious. Or like pho. I don't know if you have any good pho places that deliver near you. I'm not sleeping, you're sleeping. Hey, Randus. Everybody's popping in all at once. I mean, I guess it is roughly wake-up time. Zzz. Yeah, except for Kitsune. Kitsune and Kite are edging towards go-to-sleep times. And Dobby. Gotta love just the spread of time zones. Kitsune, you can't sleep yet though. You have noms in the oven. You need to nom the noms first, then you can go to sleep. Oh, you guys are only like, okay. Okay. I mean, that still, you can sleep whenever you want to. For some reason I was thinking it was even later, but yeah, I guess it is only a 5 or 6 hour difference, isn't it? Cannot sleep, you've been staying up until 3 to 5 a.m. I mean, yes, but now you no longer need to. If you are sleepy, go sleep. Oh yeah, we are in sync with daylight savings time again. Good. Yeah, work meetings with the UK from the West Coast means someone's getting screwed. Yeah, that is, yeah, very true. Oof. East Coast to Japan is also butts. I did that for 5 months. Because it was, when I was in Japan, it was, I think, 13 hours off. So it actually, it did work out fairly well, because what we would do is I would get up at like 5 or 6 in the morning, and then have a couple hours to talk with my friends and family back home, for whom it was like 6 or 7 at night, before I had to then start getting ready for work and stuff. So it did work out okay, because it was almost exactly opposite. It was better than if it was like, say, 7 or 8 hours, where, yeah, somebody's getting screwed on their sleep no matter what. Yeah, exactly, Randus. I think that's what we ended up doing most of the time, too. Oh, New Zealand is then a further 3 hours behind West Coast. Strange. Yeah, that would be interesting. Oh, we have a wild beaver owl that's appeared. If anyone would like to catch a beaver. Oh, 21. Oh! Ooh, right! Oh, that's so strange. You're right. I forgot about the international dateline. That's so weird. Nobody lost sleep, but it meant long work days and you still had to be in the office. Yeah, that's true. Ugh, yeah, that's really rough. Hopefully they at least paid you for all the overtime. sure hope so anyway. Yeah, because I was thinking of it in the sense of like just me, a person talking to my friends and family, doing that for work. Yeah, that would suck. Oh yeah, that's true. Henry was born November 1st in his time zone, but it was already November 2nd for us. That's true. I mean, I presume that it's recorded on the time zone of his place of birth. But yeah, that's nifty. Salary? Oh, yeah, that's bullshit, Randus. That is Burb. I do have new thought. I do definitely have thoughts on Scarlet and Violet, which I will get to after I take a brief break. Just because it is noon and this is the easiest time to do it. I am going to go cycle fluids, get myself a new cup of tea. Oh, I see you there. Come here. I'm about to get up. Sasha has decided now is the time to walk in and scream at me. Yes, and plug in the Ethernet cable. So yes, I will be back in a few moments. Well, few minutes. Everybody get up, stretch, grab a drink, talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. There we go. Unmuted? Yes, unmuted. Excellent. I has returned. And I has plugged in the Ethernet cable. And gotten myself more tea. Yeah, so Scarlet and Violet. I really like them so far. I don't know that I like them more than Shield and Sword right now. We'll see how that goes. In the long run, I might end up flipping back to playing Shield and Sword more. We'll have to see. I don't know. The open world is fun to explore, but it's almost like I'm one of those people where it almost feels a little bit too big because I want to run around and explore everything all the time before making any progress at all. And there's so much to explore, it feels a little daunting, and I'm having to like force myself to play the game differently than I might otherwise be inclined to. I'm intrigued, and sorry, I will keep this ramble spoiler free as much as I can. Well, mostly because I have not advanced very far because of said mentioned wanting to explore everything first. I don't know, the terror raids are really, really fun. I'm really enjoying those. I think it's really cool. So far, the new Pokemon are pretty cool. I do wish, and this is something I'm kind of hoping that they'll patch, because right now, shiny Pokemon spawn in the overworld, and their sprites are shiny, but there's like no sound effect, no sparkle or anything like there was in Legends Arceus. And I'm hoping they'll patch it so that they do at least like sparkle or something when they first spawn in, because some shinies are really, 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 really hard to spot, especially if they're small Pokemon, like Igglybuff, and their shiny sprite is like 2 shades off normal. Yeah, so this is the first game where it's like a really, really, really open world. Well, sort of. There's still like I've encountered places where there's like cliffs I can't get through yet until I advance further and get like a mount ability, essentially. Or like you can't run across water right away. You have to advance far enough to get that upgrade, which is fine. But it's a lot more open than it was previously. And they've also overhauled the badge system. So there's still like the Pokemon gyms where you go in and battle and defeat the leader and get a badge for it. But then there's also what's called the Path of Legends, where you're like basically researching legends of various, again, trying to stay spoiler free. And when you hit certain milestones and defeat certain bosses in that storyline, it'll also give you a badge. And then there's like a team of like, oh no, I need to change color here. There's like a bunch of hooligans that have formed, you know, the enemy team of this game, which is Team Star, and going in and defeating, like, messing up their bases and defeating their leaders will also get you a badge. So there's different ways to progress and different things to collect depending on how you want to do it and what you want to do. And they leave the choice completely up to you. Like, do you want to just go and fight the traditional gyms and completely ignore the legends? You can do that. Do you want to go research the legends and completely ignore Team Star? Yeah, to a certain extent you can do that. So it's really interesting the way that they've decided to do it. Wild Mons do not level with you. yeah, it can lead to bad feels of, oops, I'm 10 levels under for this area, or also, oops, now I'm 35 levels above this area. Like, I'm kind of surprised they didn't institute some sort of scaling, and I'm interested to see how that's going to translate over to the gyms. Because theoretically you could do the gyms in any order, it'll be interesting to see how that works. Again, I haven't really progressed far enough to speak to that. But so far it's fun. So far I'm enjoying it. Like, yeah, it's got glitches and bugs, but I think the internet is complaining about them a lot more than... not more than they should be, but I think the internet's kind of blowing it out of proportion, because in years past, Pokemon games generally have been pretty polished, and this one is noticeably less polished on release day. I'm sure they've got patches in the works, and I'm sure a bunch of it will get fixed, but it's definitely noticeable. But again, having played other extremely buggy games, like, it doesn't really bother me. It just seems very out of the ordinary for Game Freak. Need to do the Legends quest to get the equivalent of HMs? Yeah. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Like, they were billing it as completely open world, do whatever you want in whatever order, but they've still got upgrades and stuff tied to story progression. So, I don't know. Again, it's interesting. I'm really glad they're trying something new. And I guess time will tell just how much lasting power it has. Like, I'm finding it really interesting and really cool right now. But, I don't know, in the long run, I might go back to Shield and Sword. We'll have to see. We'll see. But I mean, again, I'm also one of those people that I just streamed a whole playthrough of Generation 4. Like, I'm always going to go back to previous games. So, time will tell. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting at the moment. I haven't had a chance to play a whole ton. And like I said, I haven't really progressed a whole ton. Just because I've been exploring every nook and cranny of everything. I did actually find my first shiny last night. I ran face first into a bright green Hoppip, which again is lucky because that shiny is very, very noticeable. Other species, it's not noticeable, so... which is a little bit frustrating that it doesn't, like, sparkle or make a ting sound effect like it did in Legends Arceus, because I thought that was really nice. Especially for Pokemon where the difference is really hard to spot. Yeah, so I've done the first couple sets of classes, and so far they're essentially just little, like, tutorial cutscenes that tell you about various mechanics and things. I've taken, like, the first 2 in each category. They're pretty quick to just kind of click through and read. Higher level classes might be different. I don't know yet. I have found that there's a couple, like, weird things seem to be missing from the UI, which is kind of frustrating. So, like, when you eat something and gain meal powers, I wish there was, like, a counter or, like, a little bar, at least when you pull up your menu or pull up your profile, to tell you, like, hey, you've got this much time left on your meal power. But there doesn't seem to be anything like that. Or, like, when it pops up with the notifications along the side, if there was a way to, like, pull up a log to be able to read those again after they after they fade off the screen. If you were like, oh shit, I missed that, there's no way to, like, pull it up again and figure out what that was. So yeah, there's a few, like, weird quality of life things that I'm hoping they'll improve on. But again, it's like, it's nothing that's completely a deal breaker. It's just kind of vaguely frustrating and like weird that it wasn't taken care of before now, kind of thing. So I've taken down 1 badge and 1 legend. And then I went to go do my first Team Starfall base, and the leader handed me my butt. So I think I'm sidetracking in a different direction to take on another gym first, and then I'll backtrack and take on Team Star. It was one of those where I almost had her. It was just that her ace was like level 26 and I was like level 17 to 20. So like just a little more training. And some of the new evolutions you kind of need to look up. Yeah, that's kind of always true though. Also, yes, I see that, Kuma. Board games. Yes, the evolutions were always kind of, you need to look it up though, because like I always remember freaking Inkay. Like, who would have thought to turn your 3DS upside down to get it to evolve? Like, come on. Okay, yeah, it's been a while. I'm not in the middle of too many boards right now. I need to make some more, I think. Excuse me. Yeah, but let's play what we got. Ooh, yeah. Battleships. Yalk, would you be a dear and look away for a few moments? But I mean, also, you're watching my stream, so I want to go to... There we go. Okay. Battleship. Nope, another miss. Okay. Okay, you're good, Yalk. I'm off Battleship. Let's do 8 and 4. Okay, 8 and 6 is good. Can I get one more? Yes. Okay, next. Hand and foot. Please let me get to my foot. Okay, so the 4 can go there. The 5 can go there. And I guess discard a jack. Okay, next. Expected delivery duration 90 minutes? No! It's the worst. Okay. Oh, right, this thing. Yeah, if we just got off the bus, now we're getting back on a bus. We can't get enough of it. This way. There we go. Confirm. Okay, next. Speed limit 99. Right. Remind myself what these cards do. 4 is reverse, 9 is nothing, 10 is a subtraction, and the king is direct to 99. Do not pass go, do not collect $99. Okay, next. Quibbage. I guess those. Next. Chaos. Never had it that bad with that restaurant. Yeah, that's strange. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know what it's like in your part of the world, but like for a Sunday, even for a Sunday evening. That seems really, really long. Next. More hand and foot. Ooh. Ooh, excellent. Okay, so we've got all of our contracts in this game. I just need to get rid of my foot. Okay, Jack can go there. And then I guess I will play the 10s. And then discard the queen. Here we go. Next. Yeet the foot. Wizard. Alright. Play that ace. Next. Alhambra. Let us acquire money. Confirm. Next. Oh boo, we've already lost. Well, at least it was first thing. Yes. Yay, I'm no longer the captain. Okay, next. More cribbage. Yay, a run. Yay, last card. Well, last of my cards. Next. Lucky numbers. Oh, I like this game. I'll just take that 11, thank you. I can go there. Next. Flaming. Oh, this is gonna go badly. I don't have either of those. Oh dear. I have neither yellow nor red. This is... I'm in danger. Me deliberately putting very low weight things on the bottom? Nah. Still doing better than Uno though. Okay, Castles of Burgundy. I think I'm doing okay on this one. 4 and 4. I mean, I only need one more ship. So let's yoink that. And then I guess let's play... Well, okay, apparently I'm taking workers. Buying a tile is still possible. I don't need any aminals. I'll take the warehouse. Okay, confirm. Next. Oh yeah, you have to actually go up and talk to trainers, which is kind of nice. Because if you're really low on health and you're just like sprinting for the nearest Pokemon Center, you don't have to try to contend with battling trainers. Because they'll only fight you if you actually talk to them, which is really nice. Okay, next. Let's just jump right over the 15. Next. Tokaido! Yes, we'll go for a mountain vista. Next. Battleship. Still missing. Can't stop. Well, okay, I guess I'll progress on 10. Sure. Oh, good lord, I do not like this, This is not a very nice spread. Let's just stop there. 3 tables. Oh, back around to the crew already? Oh, I guess I was right after Kite, huh? Win a trick that contains only odd-numbered cards or no pink and blue. I mean, my pink and blue are pretty low, so I think I'll go with that one. Next. Okay, next. Ooh, rude. I have nothing helpful. Gosh darn it. Very rude. Next. Ah, and talk, which I do not have anything to get me out of jail. Discard. Okay, and there we go. We are back to the start. Excellent. Like I said, I kind of like the all trainers are optional thing. Because it's nice to just have the option of running around and exploring if that's what you want. And then you can zip through and battle all of the trainers if you're in a fighty mood. Actually, what's kind of throwing me is that because it's such an open world, I'm finding it really easy to miss trainers. So a lot of the times it's like I'll be running around and I'll spot a person in the distance and I'm like, oh, have I fought you yet? Who knows? Guess I'll talk to you. Pokemon has apparently learned battling consent. Like I said, it's kind of nice. No more gymnastics, having to try to dodge your way around a trainer that you're either not ready for or your Pokemon are too low health for. You're a new person, right? Oh, we battled 3 days ago. Yeah, I'm lost in the cliffs again. Yep. Yeah. Oh, bestie. Turned on the fireplace today. Ooh, that sounds so nice. Do you guys have snow down there yet? We've been getting snow off and on all week. Winter is here. It's not gotten too cold yet. Like, it's mostly been hovering around 0, -5-ish, which is not too bad. It's just been snowy. Okay, Kitty. Okay. It routinely gets down to -25 here. And worse than that with wind chill. Like, you hit the middle of January, you better have boots that are rated to -30. So in comparison, 0 is not too cold. Not too cold. Is kind of what I was going for. It is cold. I'm not saying it's not. It's just not cold in comparison to where we will be in about 6 weeks. Yeah, 0 is just brisk. I tend to prefer it a bit warmer than that, but nah, I'll take it over -25. Oh, the Gulf Stream's been doing a lot of wibbly wobbly? Oh dear. So where have we landed on Surge isn't streaming today, right? Better not be. We were discussing this earlier. I haven't actually checked, but... No official announcement? Okay, but he should have gone live by now, so hopefully he is resting. I sincerely hope he is resting and not planning on going live. All us Celsius people? Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm Canadian. Kitte's British, so also Celsius. Pretty much everyone else in chat right now is American, though. They're just also used to dealing with Canadians. Oh yeah, no, I was just kind of assuming that Julie would not be live today. I said pretty much. Dobby is definitely not American. Celsius is just smaller numbers. Celsius actually makes logical sense. I'm very sorry, but Fahrenheit makes no logical sense. Okay, yes, let's see if I have a decent memory. Dobby is European. Dobby is Dutch. Kitsune and Kitte are both British. But then Randus, Kuma, Merlin, Kifa, my mom, I think that's pretty much everybody usually in chat is American. The only good thing about F is the nice weather. That's true. If you hit, oh yeah, Yelk. Yelk is also American. Yeah, if you hit 69 Celsius, you have larger problems. Okay, but the weirdest thing about living in Canada is that there's so much crossover between us and the States. Like, our oven is in Fahrenheit because most of the food packaging and recipes still list Fahrenheit because they bleed over from the US. Like, it's just weird things like that. And, like, I think our thermostat is our thermostat is Celsius, but it can toggle back and forth. But then again, I think most of them now can, just because they're digital and it's easy. Kelvin is the only one which has a more sense, but it's much less usable day to day. Yeah, that's true. I'd ask you what kind of meat you're cooking if you're talking about 69 Celsius. True. I mean, Dobby, I think we know what kind of meat we're talking, or we're cooking. Uh-huh. I do like that the Fahrenheit scale. When I said more sense, I was meaning more that at least the Fahrenheit scale, or the the Celsius scale. At least we know that 0 is freezing and 100 is boiling. It's not just random arbitrary numbers like it is in Fahrenheit. That's almost the safe internal temperature of chicken. Huh. Today I learned. What is the safe internal temperature of chicken? 70? 73. Interesting. Good to know. Welcome back, Yauk. Oh, 0 Fahrenheit is the freezing point of salt water? I did not know that. Is that how much salt? Who knows? Is that why the scale is set that way? Or did that just happen to fall there? Oh, and 100 was an estimate of the human body temperature. Interesting. So they set the scale from human to the freezing point of salt water, and then just kind of worked everything else out from there. Interesting. I still think Celsius makes more sense, but that's probably just because that's what I'm more used to at this point. Two points gives you your line, assuming it's straight. True. For some reason, he wanted 96 degrees Fahrenheit to be human body temperature, probably because it's easily dividable and this predates the metric. Oh, interesting. Predates the metric system? Really? Neat. Fahrenheit for weather because it's a fairly good 0 to 100 range for what I experience in weather throughout the year. True. Fahrenheit was proposed in 1724. Interesting. And wait, that predates the metric system? I guess I always just thought that the metric system was older than that. But you're right, I guess before that it would have been arm lengths and hand spans and all that sort of stuff. And that probably apocryphal story that the imperial foot was based off of some king's actual foot, and that's why it's 12 inches. Metric was $17.99. Huh. That's way more recent than I always assumed. Celsius itself was in 1742. We need Bill Nye to explain? That'd be great. Can we just, give him a call? Kite makes a pretty good Bill Nye, though. They're usually pretty good about explaining science and history and stuff. seconds and meters are from the 1600s, but a unified system, as Dobby says, was 1799. Neat. Wait, seconds are metric? Technically? I guess I always just assumed that time scaling was kind of its own thing and wasn't included in any of the various metric time unit. Interesting. I did not know that. I guess I just never really thought about if there was a metric time unit and that it would be seconds. How did they land on 60 instead of 100 then? Because when I think metric, I always think divisible by 10, which, yes, seconds are. But usually, like, all the metric distance measurements are like 10 by 10 by 10 by 10 by 10. So I wonder what made them go with 60. Base 60 is based on Sumerian time? Oh, Sumerians and the Babylonians? Interesting. Okay, I had no idea. Oh yeah, and Mom brings up a good point too. 360 degrees in a circle, which is divisible by 60, so that might have something to do with it as well. At least initially. So there are multiple seconds we need to discuss to fully explain this. Originally, you had the Babylonian/Sumerian counting system in base 60, which gives us degrees, minutes, and seconds. Okay, yeah, I was right. You were right, Mom. So you break a circle into 360 degrees, and those split into minutes and seconds. Huh. And then I guess the number of hours in a day, they just kind of built out from, okay, we've already got this many seconds and minutes, so let's time it out and see how long it takes one revolution of the sun to pass. And from there, time was split into hours, but those are really just 15-degree rotations of the Earth. When the first functional clocks were being made, you had the first minutes and seconds of time, which were defined in terms of the tiny rotations of the Earth. Sundials. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Nifty. Yeah, that makes sense, because literally the first clocks were sundials. So if you had a sundial divided into 300, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Neat. I guess I had just never thought about it like that before. The number of hours, being 12 to 24, certainly dates from Rome, but that was done differently with 12 hours between sunrise and sunset. And then, as you say, sundials made a better system of actually tracking things. Yeah. Man, 12 hours between sunrise and sunset in January in Canada, you'd have like a 3-minute hour. Time go new. Exactly. It's like, wait, what do you mean 4 hours have passed since I started work? A nautical mile is defined as 1 second of the Oh, wow! Neat! I didn't know that either. A nautical mile is defined as 1 second of the circumference of the Earth. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's rough. Oh, 1 minute. 1 minute of the circumference of the Earth. Neat. Yeah, I get into work at like 7:38 and it's still dark. And I leave work at like between 4 and 5 and it's still dark and I hate it. I'm really glad our staff lunchroom has windows because that means I can just go sit in the sun for half an hour and not completely die. Well, thank you for the explanation, Kate. That was all really, really interesting and stuff I did not know. She has her mapping app in nautical miles for the lulz. Amazing. A+, no notes. Ooh, windy. Carby is rocking a new color? Sure is. Gotten off of the pink somehow. Well, I mean, the markings are still pink. Bringing it back to metric time, seconds are the base unit because they are reasonable and you can define them in terms of length just using a pendulum. Ah! A pendulum that happens to be 944 millimeters long. So if you have a minute stick, you have a second. Oh, a meter stick. Oh, neat. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember which museum it was. Mom, you might. But there was a museum we went to as a kid that had, I think it might have been the Natural History Museum, but they had a pendulum clock set up where it was, a big giant steel ball on a pendulum, and they had the little pegs set up all the way around the circumference, spaced for minutes, so that once each minute, as the pendulum rotated, essentially as the Earth rotated under the pendulum, it would knock over one of the little pegs every minute, I think. It was either every minute or every 5 minutes. I forget exactly how they had it set up, but it was so cool just to sit there and watch it. Gyroscope effect, yeah. I remember the first time, yeah, exactly. It was like 2 stories tall, and the base clock bit was like 10 or 20 meters across, 10 meters across probably. It was big and really, really cool. And I remember the first time somebody explained that, oh yeah, that works because the pendulum is still going the same direction all the time, and the Earth is rotating under it. Like, that blew my mind. I want to say that was that the Indianapolis Children's Museum that had that? It was one I remember going to see. Like, I remember seeing that clock multiple times in my childhood. So it had to have been one of the museums that was fairly nearby us. San Francisco Academy of Sciences Museum has a huge pendulum. Oh, that would be so cool to go see. No, the Indianapolis Children's Museum had a water clock, which was also really cool and also like 2 stories tall. But it was just, all the bubbles and the tubes and everything, where it had a series of glass, like bubbles. It was all one continuous container, but the glass bubbled out precisely, so that as the water ran through the clock, it would slowly fill up those bubbles, and each of the bubbles was an hour. And then it had like another set that was smaller and more precise for the minutes, I think. But it was so cool just to watch the water run through that. I wonder if that's still there. Pretty sure that was the Indianapolis Children's Museum, because I don't think I got to see that one as often, but I remember thinking it was really cool. Wait a minute, though. Okay, now I'm confused. So back to the pendulum clock. If the pendulum was always swinging in the same direction and the Earth was rotating under it, wouldn't that only work at the North Pole? Or would, like, the museum staff have calibrated this particular one to take into account, like, where it was on the Earth's surface? Or am I misunderstanding how this works? Because I seem to remember the pegs around the edges were evenly spaced. But I could have been mistaken. I'm gonna have to go look up how pendulum clocks work now. Uh-oh, my mom has lost audio. Oh, 6-hour car ride? Oh no, Randus. Yeah, it is Turkey Week, isn't it? Well, drive safely regardless. And yeah, very good luck. Please stay safe. And take care of yourself and your own mental health as much as you can. We are here if you need to scream. Uh-oh, wild Jigglypuff. Well, I have to at least try. One note on the seconds meters connection. The originally proposal defined in terms of a second, but because of the local gravity thing, there were notable deviations. The actual formal 1790s definition was a division of the meridian from the North Pole to the equator through Paris. Oh, right! That line still exists, right? Like, it's still there? Because I remember I might be thinking of Greenwich instead, but there's somewhere that's got like a copper line inscribed into their sidewalks and streets to define one of those old lines. And I thought it might have been Paris. Greenwich has the timeline? Okay, that makes sense. I just remembered seeing like pictures of it. I couldn't remember exactly which city it was. Yay! I get to stay married. I caught the Jigglypuff. I did catch Kara. Burp. I mean, if you want to be technical, I think I caught Kara a good 12 years ago. Trying to remember when our actual... Yeah, so this coming February will be 12 years, but we knew each other before that. When did I catch Kara? If you want to be really technical, I caught Kara on February 6th of 2011. Because that was when I asked her if she wanted to be my girlfriend and we had our first kiss. But we were definitely in love before that. That was just kind of when it became formalized. I was just trying to count back how many years ago that was, because time is fake. Also, dang, we've done some nice progress on this today. It's a good 2 or 3 inches. Almost through this division stripe. So I'll do another row of the purple at the top, and then we'll be ready to start the next mosaic row. watching on the laptop, listening on the phone. Oh, technology. Gotta love it. The rate of rotation is dependent on latitude, so the one you saw was not a full 24-hour rotate. Also, apparently that is the same person who invented the composite word gyroscope. Oh, okay, I see. So it would have been calibrated so that it hit a peg every 5 minutes or whatever. But it would only take a full 24 hours at the North Pole because the Earth would literally be rotating under it. This one would rotate faster than that based on whatever latitude it's at. Nifty. Thank you. I was wondering about that. But like, okay, but why? And this is vaguely rhetorical, Kite. Please do not feel obligated to answer. I can look up my own research later on. But like, why would it rotate though? Because like the way I'm picturing it is like picturing a globe. And if the pendulum is going back and forth over a tiny portion of it, the entire globe is rotating. So wouldn't the pendulum be like going sideways, essentially? Like, wouldn't it just stay going because it's going sideways along the Earth's rotation? Or am I thinking about this in the wrong way? Going to say angular momentum? Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that. Motion and momentum, like how things shift in a car when you take a hard turn. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's not so much that the axis of the pendulum is rotating, it's that the ball of the pendulum is being pushed by the Earth's rotation, and because it's on a string, that's shifting the whole plane of the plane of the swing. That makes sense. Okay, thank you. That was going to bother me until I had a chance to look it up. But yeah, that makes perfect sense. And it would be affected to different degrees based on what latitude it is. Because, to your metaphor of how hard the turn is. Nifty. And I guess that's why the balls that they use for those pendulums are always so big and weighty, so that they are affected. Because if it's just a small, light ball, it's not going to be affected as much. Everything else is also affixed to the crust, which will be affected by it, but the pendulum has the ability to shift because it's only attached at the top. That makes sense. We need to get Kite their own lab coat, I think. Doing all of these wonderful science explanations for us. Okay, so I can snip both of these. Oh, I should have snipped the tan one there and woven it back under. Oh well. Just weave it in the old-fashioned way. You do have the Dr. Horrible goggles? Well, you're halfway there. That's a start. Two lab coats lying around? Well, excellent. You've got a spare then. Nope. Come on. Come on, Blanket. Blanket is getting weighty. Come on, yarns. This is why you made the Untitled Learning channel. Okay, not gonna lie. After this year's Desert Bus, I think you should absolutely change it to Untitled Learning channel. And just wait and see how long it takes anyone to notice. Oh, she did very clearly say you weren't allowed to rename it? Boo. But it's our learning channel. Ooh, a good GIF explanation. Excellent. I'm gonna click it. Ooh, okay, I see. So the path it tracks in the air is different, but because the Earth is rotate, or the path it tracks in the air is the same. Neat. That's cool. Very cool. And I will leave that Wikipedia article open so that I can read it later. Wild giraffe rig has appeared. If anyone wants a giant giraffe. Gonna weave this guy in before I forget. Ooh. A carrot for Kirby, excellent. Good healthy snack. So now this one I can actually pull. So this is normally what I would do to weave in ends, is actually pull them through the stitches, not just the spaces between the stitches. But when the entire thing is single crochet, that's much harder to do because the stitches are much tighter and it's harder to get. I could get a smaller hook, but that's too much effort. $2mm hook around here that you will never use? Yeah, I think I've got one that's about that small too. I have a couple hooks that are specifically for thread. Like if I was gonna make lace, which I've been tempted to try to do before in the past. Lace crochet looks lovely. I just don't think I'm dexterous to work with a fiber that small, unfortunately. Yeah, generally I'm working with, this is a 5mm, and that's almost always what I use. 5 or 5.5 is usually my go-to for most yarns. Sorry, no, a 0.2mm hook. Yeah, that's a thread hook. I think the smallest I've ever used is, I tend to use like a 3.5 or a 3.75 when I'm working with sock yarn, and that's about the smallest I go. hook. You sure that's not... I mean, it basically is just a bent needle. It's very little. Oh man, so yesterday, no, Friday. Friday I was standing in line at the, so I work in food services, so I was standing in line at work to get food for lunch. And my boss's boss, well, I guess technically, like, my boss's boss's deputy, like the deputy director of all of campus services, happened to be like standing next to me waiting for our food, and she was like, "Oh hey, hey SJ, how's it going? Any big plans for the weekend?" And I was like, "Well," so I actually started telling her about Desert Bus, and she thought it sounded really, really cool. But it was just kind of the like, okay, how do I explain an internet telethon? And like, she's like, I'd say probably somewhere in her 40s. Like, she's not old. She definitely, as soon as I said like internet telethon, they play a boring video game, and the more we donate, the longer they have to play. She was like, "Oh wow, that sounds really cool." She's like, "Do they sleep?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, they take it in shifts. Like they've got it worked out." But she thought it sounded pretty nifty, so I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, it was that moment of panic of like, how explain Desert Bus? And I was also, because it was Friday, we have casual Friday, so I was actually wearing one of my Desert Bus t-shirts. Not this year's because it hasn't come yet, but I was wearing last year's. So yeah, it was pretty nifty. Be lucky I didn't have to explain a thing like being part of the VST. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I did say, I was like, yeah, and I made a crafting project that I donated to them for them to auction off for the charity. And she thought that was pretty neat. I did not try to explain what a shaker charm was. I just told her I had made a thing. It's fine, Dobby. Just be like, yeah, I helped record an internet telethon and put the clips up on YouTube so they can be easily digested in small chunks. I actually found it harder to explain Desert Bus, the video game, than Desert Bus for Hope, the concept. Because I was like, yeah, it's an internet telethon where they play the world's most boring video game, and the more that we donate, the longer they have to play. Like, that's actually fairly easy to understand. But then she goes, oh, what's the video game? And trying to explain, like, well, like, you know Penn and Teller the Magicians? And you remember, like, the outcry in, like, the 80s and 90s that, like, video games are gonna rot our children's brains? Like, they made a video game to parody that, and you're driving a bus. Like, trying to explain the video game is, like, harder than trying to explain the charity concept. Oh man, there's custom-made software involved, Dobby? I did not know that part. That's rad. Yeah, the problem I was running into, Kuma, is that because I'm up in Canada, people didn't know who Penn and Teller were. Like, I was trying to explain it to a couple of different coworkers, and they did not know who Penn and Teller were. And I'm like, well, they're Las Vegas magicians. We'll just leave it at that. Oh man, that's cool. I had no idea the VST was like that. That's cool. No wonder they call you guys a strike team. Do you download directly from, like, is it integrated into the actual machines in the Moonbase, or are you downloading off of other software, or like other computers, your own computers that are running the stream? You pull it from Twitch? Okay, that's what I was wondering. I wasn't sure if you guys had like a direct feed or if you were pulling it from just Twitch. We call them that because those were the words Graham said 10 years ago. Okay, yeah, in that case, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The editing software interfaces with YouTube and the spreadsheet. That's incredible. Yeah, I think he was mentioning that. I don't remember if it was like during thank yous or during Night Watch last night. But yeah, he was mentioning that it was originally just a handful of people and now it's a very nice number of volunteers. Thank yous. Oh, yeah, yeah. Right. Because it was right before, I forget who read out all the names, but somebody was going to read out all of the names for the VST. And they were like, yeah, this list was used to be smaller. Your crib. Probably the 3-4, yeah. Because then you can keep the 6-9. Don't know what good. X being just random face card, I presume. Oh, X being 10. Oh, right. That makes sense. Duh. Yeah, I'd say toss the 3-4. No, that makes sense now that you've said it. Because 10 is 2 digits. So it makes sense to drop to an X. I just was not... That did not occur to me. Your first Yakulan on Mahjong Soul? Oh, nice! Congrats! I think I saw you put a screenshot up, although that might have been another game. But yeah, nice going. Editing software also has the ability for custom thumbnails using templates. Yeah, and it was used to extremely good effect this year. Like the thumbnails and frames and stuff for this year are beautiful. They're so good. It made it so nice to just scroll through the list while I was catching up in the next day. Working on making a system to be able to replay chat alongside videos. Dang. My only request for that would be I hope there's still a mechanism to hide it, because I actually don't like having chat visible. It gives me headaches because it rolls through so fast. So as long as it's still toggleable. Interesting. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm sure they'll figure something out. Dang. Jason Frank has passed away at the age of 49. Goodness. He was in several further Power Rangers though. Like he came back for several of the other series. But yeah, big oof. Come on, Crochet. $92 since you got the text of waiting 90. Jeez. Yeah, that's. Have you gotten like any notification that it's been picked up by a driver or that it's on its way? That's ridiculous. Oh, and we've redeemed a stretch. Everybody stretch, straighten up, stop shrimping. I'm gonna do my hip stretches here. Yeah, that's ridiculous, Dobby. I'm so sorry. I hope your food arrives really soon. There we go. Okay. Ooh, a hoppip. I caught one of those last night, but shiny and bright green. Although this is the second shiny hoppip I've ever found, actually. Because I have one in, I want to say X, that I found as part of a horde battle. I did! I got a hoppip last night in Violet. Not the one I've been hunting for in Shield, unfortunately. The carbink is still eluding me. But yeah, and not my Wednesday night Soul Silver game either. That one I'm only playing on stream. And we're only like 400 encounters in on that one. So that's perfectly reasonable that we haven't found a shiny on that one yet. Nice! Well done, Kuma. Congrats on your hoppip. Hoppip is a good grass. Jumpluff is really cute. finish this row. That'll be this divider done. We can start on the next mosaic stripe, which means I should look up what colors I'm using for the next mosaic stripe. Food! Oh, I'm so glad it finally arrived, Dobby. I hope it's not too cold. And if it is, it's reheatable. Yeah, that's a little ridiculous. I'm so glad it finally arrived. I was starting to wonder if it would arrive before I ended stream, to be honest. So I'm glad it did. Okay. So what colors are our next stripe? Let's see here. Stripe 3, yarns E and C, which according to my note, I have arbitrarily decided E is red and C is dark blue. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it's like carrying, it's leapfrogging the colors up. That's neat. I like that. Oh. Okay, oops. Maybe oops? No, I think it is. It's flip-flopping. Yes, okay, I did do it right. So nifty. So the colors of the, well, let me actually flip it over. Nifty. So these colors that are not purple, the yellow and the light blue got carried up here. And then the two here that are not purple, the blue and the red, are going to be carried up here. So then I'm going to guess the green and the tan, even though it was here, will get leapfrogged up again. And the purple is just the divider. So the purple is outside stripes here, inside stripes here, outside stripes here, and then the next divider it'll probably be inside stripes again. Nifty. I see how that's done. Okay, so I need E and C. The dark blue and red. Starting with red. Could have walked to China and back? I mean, maybe. Definitely probably could have walked to the restaurant and back in that time. Sorry, trying to keep all of my yarns tidy. It is a losing battle, but here we are. There's the end of that one. There's the end of that one. purple. And purple can go back in the box. Oh boy. Yeah, this blanket is definitely getting to the point where it is large enough to be unwieldy. There we go. Food's still warm, delivery wasn't the issue. Could have biked there and back within 5 minutes. The restaurant just took its sweet time. Jeez. Ooh, we have a wild fracture that's appeared. The beefy dragon boy. Tired and it's only 2 p.m. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, Merlin. Perhaps a nap? But yeah, that's rough. You good, Burb? Oh, yeah, it's working on it. It's very slow. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair, Merlin. And also very rough. Well, have yourself some tea, perhaps? That's what I've got. But I am going to call it there for the weekend. It is after 2 and I am hungry. Yeah, so thank you for showing up and chilling with me. We could recover from bus collectively. I should be back Tuesday night with something. Maybe I'll finally get Kara to paint a thing. We'll see how she feels. Regardless, I'll definitely be back Wednesday with Pokemon. So yeah, everybody stay safe, stay healthy. Let's go make sure there's no LRR people to raid. Okay, good. Serge is not live and Julie is not live. I hope they are both resting well. So I will send you a Dux.